Hello, hello, hello. Surprise stream. So here's the deal. I need to work on a video, and I thought, why not do this in front of a camera? I pretty much know what the video is going to be about. I know like all the content. I pretty much did like most of the preparation. So now it's like the thing where I just like like actually like put it together. Occasionally I kind of like derail and start playing around with a couple of things related to it, but yeah. This guy always writes whenever I go live. Right. Let me close all of this other stuff. So how are you guys doing? Are you already here? Don't forget to hit the like button so that more people stumble on the stream. I'm gonna switch to this other scene in a bit, so that we can see some code. I recently found out that Twitter doesn't like it when your tweet contains a link. So there's sort of like a hack around it. So basically you tweet something and then you reply to it with the link. So I kind of want to do that. I scheduled the tweet to come out in 1 minute from now. So I'm going to wait for the tweet to come out and then I'm going to reply to it with the link to this live stream. And what's that with that music widget thing? Why is it not working? It should show the song. Anyway, how are you guys doing while I'm trying to fix this thing? Let's see. Refresh cache. There we go. It should fix itself in a bit. All right, it's already 10. So let's see. So yeah, so now we're not working on the practical functional programming and Scala Shopee application rewrite today. We're working on something else, just just a video that I want to release soon. It's also about diamond architecture, actually. Okay, no, not from this one, from that one. Did it work? Show this thread. All right. Let's see if it helped. Well, that was a widget. Okay, so let's go and see if switching to this scene helps. Sometimes it just doesn't want to work. Well, whatever. So what we're doing today is, so like last week I released, it was last week I believe, right? I released this video about the Z layers, right? And let me see. Yeah, just let's just open it. By the way, I made the keyboard smaller and I moved it a little bit to the right. So so maybe this way it will be a little bit less distracting. And I think I was in the Scala 3 project, right? Like this. The keyboard that I'm talking about is this one. Right. So the goal of the video, and this is going to be like the Diamond Architecture Part 3 video, is about the fact that, well, actually, there are like 3 things that I kind of want to do with it. One is sort of like the thing that I noticed, right? So whenever I have like the business logic for my applications, which is accessible via a trait that I usually call boundary, because it's sort of like a border that I need to cross from my delivery relay to talk to the business logic of my application. So whenever I do this, I use this facade that I call gate. So the diamond architecture is mostly derived from the clean architecture by Uncle Bob, which in turn is derived from the hexagonal architecture and stuff. And so over there, like the name that Uncle Bob used was gateway, and then I found it too long, and over time I shortened it to gate, and also I started using it just as a facade. And for a very long time I was like, I should probably change it because gate doesn't make any sense. And so I was thinking maybe I call it facade. And also I realized, well, what about the other things? Like, for example, the controllers, right? So the controllers, usually they only have the boundary. For example, over here. So this is that Zio app that, this trivial Zio app that I showed in that video. Like, usually the controller would just have the boundary, but what if it has more things, right? Like, for example, over here, it's like a Zio thing, right? So it gets the boundary, but it also needs a console. Like, why can't the controller also have a facade? And if it does have a facade, well, how am I going to call it? I can't have another gate because they're all like in the same package. So this other gate is already in this package. And so the first thing that I did was I moved the gate inside of the boundary implementation, right? So it's inside of this object, and therefore the name doesn't really matter anymore. And so I just called it dependencies, which still is just a facade. In this case, it's a facade for one thing, so it's kind of silly, but the idea is that, it's going to be a facade for more things, like, for example, over here, right? And so now that it's inside of the object, I can put it inside of the controller object as well, right? So they both have, maybe I should do this close to the right. Like this, right? So now they can both have their own facades, and they don't need arbitrary names. They can all be named the same. And then I realized, well, okay, but if it's like here, when we're constructing this thing, like, what's the point of constructing a facade just to give it to this one when we can construct a facade and already stick it into that one? And so, like, what comes out is not the facade, but the actual boundary. And this pretty much means that the dependency graph doesn't even see the facades. Like, as you can see, we're just creating a controller, we're just giving it the boundary, we're just giving it the Google implementation. But what is actually happening is that behind, like inside of this make, right, we're creating this facade. Like, what is the point of this thing? Well, the point is the same as it has always been. So I'm not trying to solve the problem of like passing multiple things, because if this was my problem, I would just use a case class, right? What I'm trying to do is I'm trying to fake only one thing when I'm writing my tests, right? So if I wanted to test this implementation, I would need to fake, I would use this make method, right? And therefore I would need to only fake one trait. It's still the same amount of methods, but it's like only one trait to fake instead of like, I don't know, two. Or as we, when we are rewriting, the shopping application, like sometimes we have like up to like 5 things, so instead of faking 5 things, I can fake only 1 thing. I've always been able to do this for the boundary. Now I'm also able to do this for the controller. Okay. Now this whole thing is sort of like a nice to have, right? It sort of like improves the ergonomics, but it's not like super critical. Another thing that I wanted to solve was the fact that the core is sort of like at the top of the application, right? And in the videos about diamond architecture, I said that it's pretty much a choke point, right? So the whole application that would be compiled in parallel has to sit and wait until the core finishes compiling. And what is inside of the core? Inside of the core is this typical triangle, right? So this is what you have with dependency inversion, right? You have one thing, you have A uses B, therefore when you change the B, A changes. And then, you do the dependency inversion trick, which means you put a trait in between them, right? So A uses, the trait C, and, and B implements the trait C. And so assuming that you don't change the trait, when you change the B, A is not affected, doesn't need to be recompiled, retested, blah, blah, blah. So it's a typical triangle, right? And so the core pretty much only contains the traits, right? So it contains the boundary trait, which is this one, which is like the border to the, the boundary to the core of my application. This is not required, by the way. This was just an experiment, right? And like usually like the boundary implementation, like not until now, I already made a video about this. Like it would be over here, right? So there will be, there would be like this thing, right? It would be here. And because it's here, like this becomes a companion object, right? So you see kind of like sort of like this thing pretty much everywhere. And then I realized, okay, well, this implementation doesn't need to be here, right? So I can put it in an extra thing, and then it can, like, as soon as the traits compile, I can compile it in parallel with with the Postgres layer, with the Redis layer, blah blah blah. So this is why I started calling those things boundary implementation, because I knew that once I move them out, I cannot have a companion object for something that lives in a different compilation unit. Hey man, just hanging out here. Feel free to ask questions. Like today we're just like chilling and working on a video. So yeah. My girlfriend is out, so I was like, I needed to work on a video anyway, so I was like, why not stream it? Okay. So now that it's out, like what is left inside of the core, right? Well, inside of the core, we have the boundary trait. So the delivery layer needs this trait to compile so that it can call the core. But we also have the gate, right? And all the parts that gate is assembled of, right? So for example, it's a facade for, I don't know, let's say we want to access a database and we want to access Redis. Now the delivery layer neither cares about it, nor should it even see it, right? Because it's very common that you would have like your HTTP routes and people want to go like straight to the database. Obviously they don't see the implementation, but they can still say, okay, well, instead of giving me the boundary, like give me the gate right away, right? And I will just avoid the whole business logic and I'll just go straight to the database. You will still need to go to main and to inject it, and usually it would not, if you have a disciplined team, it would not pass the PRs. By the way, how many of you guys are here? Don't forget to hit the like button so that more people stumble on this thing, okay? And so if I could take the gate and move it out of the core so that the delivery layer wouldn't even see it, it would only see the boundary. First of all, the delivery layer will be able to start compiling earlier, right? Because now the core needs to compile only like half of the traits. It only needs to compile the boundary traits for every use case. It doesn't need to compile the trait gates, the gates for the trait and for like the Postgres and Redis and stuff, right? It's only traits, but still, it needs time to compile. So okay, so how can we move them out? Well, in a simple case like this, we can easily take it out, right? So we would have like, you have like the, I already did this for this one, right? So let's see how I called it. So we'd have like the core boundaries, right? And then, the delivery would depend only on the core boundaries, right? Because it only needs this trait. Like as soon as it has access to the trait, it can start compiling. This is sort of like pipelining, very related to this. Well, what do these other need? Like Google, for example. Well, Google doesn't really care about the boundary trait. It cares about the boundary implementation. Because the boundary implementation will need the gate trait. So in fact, like Google doesn't even care about the business logic compiling. It just cares about the trait gate compiling. Somehow, right? And so what if we have core gates? Sort of sits next to the core, has no relation to core, right? So when core boundaries compiles, the delivery can start compiling. When core gates finishes compiling, like all of these like Google and Postgres and Redis can start compiling. And the only problem is that sometimes the core boundaries will introduce a new type, right? So for example, let's say that this was like a final case class result and the value would be a Boolean, right? And so if you go over here and we in the result, and this thing sometimes happens with the Vim integration, right? So if I have this, right, and the boundary implementation, which is over here, right? Well, it needs to convert this into a result. And it can do this, right? Well, we can just do like another map, right? Map into like result.apply. Great, we kind of got lucky, okay? But what if like this thing, like count pictures off, right? Like what if that thing introduces a new type, right? So let's revert this. Revert all of that stuff, right? Like, okay. So what if this thing introduces a new type, right? So for example, Google, right? What if we have like a final case class result, right? Again, like value Boolean result. Okay. Okay. So now like this is a result. So now we need to like get the value out. That should have been like that should have been an integer, right? Because we're counting the pictures off, right? Like this. No, this should be fine. Do we have another result somewhere? We don't. So metals is lying to me. Yeah, that's what I did, didn't I? Result of int, right? Like there's some delay probably, right? So you probably posted it before I fixed it. Whatever, let's select main run. So this is the Google implementation. I don't really care yet. So somehow it sees like some sort of result, and then it differentiates it from Google result. Oh, hold on, like an indentation thing. Yeah, it was an indentation thing. Jesus. Okay. All right. All right, now over here we need to kind of like map this whole thing into result.apply, right? Again, not a big deal. However, So I thought for some reason that I would need another thing on top, right? So let me show you what I have right now. So when they started like in the Zio video, right, it was just like the core at the top, and then you kind of have like Google and delivery depend on the core, and then you have the main, right? So then I took like the trait from the core and put it over there, right? The boundary, I put it over there. Then I took the gate and I put it over there with the Google thing. I put it over there. And then I was like, well, what if they have like some common type? Then I would need this. But right now I kind of feel like I don't need this extra thing. I'm getting like confused myself. So the first thing that like I kind of did was that like Google is like up there. But the gate is not. I believe actually like what is happening over here, which is kind of no. I'm not really sure what I'm trying to say here. Like this is the thing, like this stream is like me figuring stuff out, because like sometimes I do things and then I realize like, oh, that was actually not necessary. So like these things are kind of like clear to me, right? So the core now contains the implementation, and it can compile in parallel with like delivery and the Google, right? So they're like on a level 2. Above it, I have like the traits. The trait for delivery is the boundary. The trait for the Google is the Google. Hi. First of all, you're very lucky because I made a crash course, and the crash course just happens to be for JavaScript developers, so it's going to be perfect for you. But like in general, like should you try Scala? Like, I mean, you need to know like what are you trying to get? Like just for learning purposes? Sure, learning a new language is never going to hurt. So if you tell me more about like why, is Scala cool? Sure. Is that a reason enough to learn it? It's up to you to decide. So what I'm trying to figure out right now is that, like, do we even need this domain thing? Because like one of the things that I did is that this thing here, this facade, is now over here. So this facade is not even visible to like Google or delivery or whatever else we introduce. I'm thinking that it's even better not to have the domain, because now you will be able to introduce these types like either here in the boundary, like as we did before with like result, or over here for some like transient object, right? For example, the boundary would say, well, I would like the gate to give me like this type. And it's gonna work. It's like it's so funny because it works just because we kind of got lucky. Not lucky, but it's like everything has to go through the core implementation. It's so interesting. The types will never be introduced in the implementation. This is kind of fascinating. So let me remove this. First of all, what did I just do? Yeah, it's like this result thing, blah, blah, blah. I didn't even commit anything. All right, so let me first, like, I want everything to compile again, right? So like this, right? All right. Okay, so everything compiled. And what do I have here? What do I have there? Yeah, whatever. So what I want to do is I want to go to the build. Oh, come on. I want to go to the build. I think it's better like this was the keyboard red that is like smaller and more to the right. Thanks, I'll definitely. I think my main purpose is to impress my crush. He's a Scala dev. Right. Yeah, like this crash course is definitely gonna help us. So if you go to my channel, it's like the first thing like in your face. Scala crash course. It's like for JavaScript developers. Like if you're a JavaScript developer, you probably know Traverse Media, right? The channel. Like he was having this thing at some point that he was like inviting guests. Hi, welcome. Saunak. I have like a small screen over here, so I don't really see. Welcome to the stream. So yeah, so he had like this thing where he was inviting other people. He was like, guys, I'm sort of like burning out, like, you know, make a couple of videos for me. So a bunch of people like jumped on this train and they made videos, but his like viewership went down. Like he initially said that he, you know, he would put my crash course up, but then he was like, dude, like viewership is going down. I'm really sorry. I was like, no worries, I'm gonna put it on my channel. And I put it on my channel, and this is like my, you know, this is my like almost like the most viewed video. Hello, Huggy Wuggy. That's a cool name. Huggy Wuggy? I don't know. Huggy Wuggy. Yeah, so we're just chilling today. I'm working on a video for the diamond architecture that I sort of not really invented it. I more like developed it from other things. I derived it. And I'm now working on the video number 3 about it. Do I have domain anywhere? Yeah, so core boundaries doesn't need it. Core gates. Since we're already here, we might as well why don't we call this one like core provides and this one core needs, something like this. What is it better, like a pair of words that is like an antonym of each other, like request response, or because core gaze doesn't tell anybody anything. Is that an emoji of some kind? Let's do like core provides. Core provides. And core gates. Core gates is going to be core requires, uses, needs is shorter. Let's go with needs. Okay. Not now. So we're going to rename this to core provides. And this one is going to be like core needs. anytime like before I import the metals build, I always go through SBT first if SBT is set, because it's just like a little bit faster. Don't forget to hit the like button so that more people stumble on the stream. All right, I think in the domain I actually had the dependency on Zio. Yeah, it was like settings.dependencies. Yeah, it's kind of like a funny situation that you kind of have like nothing at the top, but maybe it's even better. Oh, thank you. Did you just discover me, or what's up? I'm actually very curious if you discovered me because of my streams or because of my videos. Because I always had a hunch that once I start streaming, like somehow, like because YouTube is pushing streaming, like somehow more people would stumble on it, on the streams. Hi, it's going fine, and how are you? It's going quite smoothly. My girlfriend is out for a couple of hours, so I was like, I need to work on a video anyway, so why not stream? So there we go. All right, so you discover, yeah. So yeah, my crash course is like very easy to find. Like many people stumble on it. So I am not surprised. Yeah, I guess I might as well introduce myself. So my name is Vlad. I was originally born in Ukraine in 1987. And maybe we can switch to this scene since I'm just talking. And when I was 16 years old, my family moved to Germany. Spent many years there. Fell in love with a girl in Brazil. And became a digital nomad for a couple of years. Had this like long distance relationship. In 2017, I started this YouTube channel like 5 years ago. Scala is sort of like a niche, and also I'm not an expert on creating content. At least I wasn't in the beginning, and now I know slightly more about what I'm actually doing. So because Scala is a niche, like my channel doesn't grow like super quickly. Working on like redoing a bunch of thumbnails that I did in the past that are like kind of horrible. In any case, these days I live in Brazil, and I'm kind of like settling down, and therefore I have like a stable office thingy here, so I could like get some light, get some green screen. I started streaming a bit more than before, so yeah. I'm not exactly a Scala fanboy, but I've been doing Scala since 2010, so I pretty much doing only Scala since 2010. And so when I started this YouTube channel, and like I was thinking about what I'm gonna do it about, and it was pretty rapidly clear that it's going to be about software, about programming, and then got some advice like about like choosing a niche, and this niche was obviously for me Scala. I do like Scala a lot, but like I'm always trying to tell people that I'm not a fanboy, because I'm going to tell you the truth about Scala. It's a niche language. There aren't that many jobs. They're being paid well though, because this is like what you get with the market. Yeah, cool. What are you making? Is it like programming stuff, or what are you doing? All right, so this is going to generate a dependency graph that random stuff. Cool. Did any of your videos get like super many views? Because if you're doing like random stuff, you might as well, you might do something that reaches a wider audience than something like a niche channel like mine. Yeah, so this is better, right? Because so usually you would have like only a couple of these, right? Because your deliver application was like an HTTP like server. Like the common example is like a backend web app, right? A lot of data engineer roles I apply for ask Scala. Yeah, this is true. So data engineer, it's either Python or Scala. And most of them like go back to Python because Scala engineers are much harder to find and they're very expensive. So yeah, so we're gonna have a couple of like in a classical like backend web app, right? So you're gonna have like your HTTP server over here. When the route comes in, it's gonna be able to call this trait, which is gonna go to the core, and core is gonna need something, and it's gonna talk to Google and whatever. And then in the main, we're gonna assemble everything. And then you might have like one more. Like maybe, I don't know, you have like Kafka events coming in. Also, like when they come in, you call core here. Or you have like a scheduler, takes, you call core over here. And because the core always has to mediate between these, like between the things on the right and between the things on the left, you actually don't need like another thing that I had at the top was a domain that would, or would it? Maybe it would. No, we need it. We do need it. Oh, that's interesting. Yeah, that's interesting. It's actually funny, like I never checked out this whole data stuff. I feel like this whole data stuff is being like you're being paid well, like better than a backend developer in Scala, which is already being paid really well. And like another person who does like was very concerned about the money, but it is a factor. So yes, what I want to do is, so let's say that we equip it, right? I need to rewrite this application in a way that this type is going to go from the bottom layer to the top layer, right? So we do need the domain, I'm very sure. So let me show this to you. So this is the business logic, right? This sort of feels like not the business logic, this is the trait for the business logic, right? So this is where things like start, right? And I would say, well, okay, so we have like final case class result was a boolean. And so I go over here. Well, first of all, actually, before we do, let me actually do the refactoring that would lead us to this. So let's say over here that there is like actually nothing to do, right? So let's say that this thing is a boolean. Count pictures off, right? So we go over here to Google, which metals cannot do. Come on. All right, so let's say that, like, I don't want to rename the method because I'm just lazy, right? And so in the Google implementation, we're just gonna go with like let's say that this one is false and this one is true, or this is a boolean anyway. It doesn't really matter. Okay. So let's say it's like this, right? This means that the whole thing compiles, right? Everything works. However, once you go and you do this, right? Right? Like sure you could do this, right? Hey man, you're not late to the party. Yeah, sure, just give me 1 second, okay? So sure you can do this, right? But imagine that this was something much bigger. Right? Like, I don't know, you ask Google something, a big JSON comes in, it's a case class with like 10 fields. And so you would need to have it in the core provides, and you would need to have a different name for it. So it's a pain in the ass. So you do need the domain, right? So what I'm working on is I made these 2 videos about the diamond architecture. And one of the things in the diamond architecture that I have always been like, I always improve it, right? So I make a video about it today, like tomorrow I have another idea, and I always like push it forward. I even mentioned this in the videos, like if I'm gonna make these videos like a year from now, it's gonna be different. Okay. So this architecture, like its goal is to compile code faster. This is one of the biggest problems in Scala, is that it takes some time to compile, because the compiler does a lot of work for you, much more than in other languages. Maybe not Rust, but like other languages. Maybe not Haskell, right? And so it's a very simple idea, because you have like classic dependency inversion, right? You have a trait, you have something that implements this trait. And I was like, okay, well, whenever you have this, put them into different compilation units, right? So you do different submodules. And so we end up with something like this, right? And like in the basic version is like you have the core at the top, and then you have a bunch of things that depend on the core. It's either the things that either something is going to deliver your core, meaning like, is it a web app, is it a terminal app, is it an iPhone app, whatever. Basically, whenever the user interacts with your app, or whenever a request comes in, whenever something, the scheduler takes, whenever a Kafka message comes in, you call something on the core, and the core is going to need some things, right? It's going to need to talk to the database, it's going to need to talk to other services, blah, 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 blah. And so the idea is like that all of these things, like usually there's like much more. Like I took a project from a very famous book in the Scala community, and I started like rewriting it into this architecture. And over there, like the dependency graph is like much easier to explain this, because it's called diamond architecture because the dependency graph looks like a diamond. Right, so it kind of looks like this. Okay, so you have the core, and then the core is being delivered via HTTP, but the core needs a bunch of things, right? It needs to read some config, it needs to do some authentication stuff, it needs some cryptography stuff, it needs some Redis stuff, it needs some database stuff, right? So it needs a bunch of things. And so like all of these things over here in the middle, they all can compile in parallel, right? And today I'm working on like the 3rd video about this, is that like, I kind of said this in the beginning of the stream. And like, by the way, one of the advantages of YouTube as opposed to Twitch is that you can actually, like, as I'm live, you can actually go there and watch at double speed, and like you will arrive at this point. But essentially, like what I usually do is that in my implementation for the business logic, I always want to have it depend only on one thing. And so I'm building these facades, right? I used to call them gates, right? So this is a facade this is a toy project, so it's a facade only for one thing, so it's kind of silly, it's kind of unnecessary, but it's enough to demonstrate the problem. And then over time, I realized that, okay, well, if I have this facade, then what about other things that also have dependencies, right? So for example, there's a controller, which is how I call things in the delivery layer. So this is just like a terminal app. So it needs the boundary, but it also needs a console. And so I was like, well, why shouldn't that thing also have a facade? And so I did it, right? So I kind of moved them around, kind of renamed them. So now like this controller has control implementation dot dependencies, right? And what I'm doing right now is that the core is sort of like the choke, right? So like all of these things that are like ready and waiting to be compiled in parallel, they have to wait for the core to compile. There's not much stuff in the core. And there's only like the traits that the deliverer needs and the traits that like all of these guys are going to implement. But there's also business logic. And so the first step was like, well, let's take the business logic out, right? And put it like in one of them. So there's less to compile there now. And now there's traits left, but there's like two kinds of traits that are left in there. Like ones are the ones that just the delivery wants, and the other ones are like that these guys want, right? And so what I did now is splitting the core, right? So now I have like the things that the core needs is like, you know, one side of these traits, and the other one is like the core provides. So now instead of compiling one thing that like that instead of compiling one thing that that is like a choking point, so everything waits until this thing compiles, we can now compile two things in parallel. And so like right now, what I'm working on right now is that I'm figuring out, and I think I pretty much figured it out, is that do we need something on top of those two? And I think we do. And so the problem is that if you don't have much business logic and you have your core sort of just like asking like the, I don't know, the database or something to just give you the data, and you're just pretty much going to give it to your HTTP routes, it's going to convert it to JSON, right? So if you have this same type, then if you don't have like anything in common where you can put this type in, you won't be able to do this. We're kind of like getting lucky because everything is forced to go through the core. And because we're going through the core, we can just go and do like a map here, right? So like count pictures of, like, it's just like a Boolean, right? And because the boundary said, well, that's fine that you have a Boolean, but I want the result, and the result is just a wrap around a Boolean. So sure, we can just like map over here, right? But imagine that this was like a case class was like 10 fields. Like mapping it wouldn't be so easy. There are libraries like Chimney and Scala 2 to help out with that. In Scala 3, they're not available yet. But still, so this is one problem. The other problem is that, let's say that this count pictures of thing, that it also wants, that it also doesn't return just a Boolean, right? So if we go to Google, let's say that it also has a case class called result. And now you have the classic dependency hell, right? Because now this is a problem with Java. Well, not a real problem, a decision that they made, right? Is that now in the core, you will end up the class loader loading exactly the same case class result in exactly the same package. So one is here and one is here. You see, like the packages are exactly the same, right? Even the types are exactly the same. So like in this case, like it probably wouldn't even matter. You probably will never notice because they're like literally the same. But if there was like a tiny difference, then you would get like a class not found at runtime, and this is horrendous. Maybe we're getting this thing even now. Let's go and finish this. Right. So over here, you would also do like result.apply. Like, I don't even know, like this is the thing, right? It compiles, right? Yeah, I mean, you can push this like to the limit, right? Like you can, yeah. I'm trying to figure out like the absolute minimum. And also, like, this is sort of like, this is either a monolith or this is one microservice, right? So you have a monolith, but you split up in like multi-builds, right? Well, not the sub projects, right? So it's a multi-build with sub projects. Yeah. So like, look at this thing. Like, this thing compiles now, I believe, actually. In fact, I'm actually very curious about the boundary implementation exactly. Right. So let's go like this. Like, this is crazy that this compiles, right? Like, I don't know if you guys can like visualize what is happening. There is literally exactly like byte for byte, bit for bit, the same case class over here and over here, right? To transition from a data engineer that is already doing Scala, not much. There's a lot of, well, not a lot of, it's kind of hard to explain. So the Scala community is kind of like a little bit split up. There are people who don't do functional programming. They are working with the this so-called Lightband stack. It was a company used to be called TypeSafe. They used to back Scala. They were then renamed to Lightband. They're still backing Scala. They've written a couple of very well-known and very good projects in Scala, but they're not functional. And the functional portion of the Scala community, who are also very loud. When I say very loud, I mean like whenever you learn about Scala, these are the kinds of blogs and videos you see because people like to watch this. And so there's like this idea that Scala is functional. However, actually a large chunk of the Scala community is actually not doing functional programming. And so you either go that route, which I kind of don't recommend because it sort of like seems like everything is moving towards functional programming. And then the functional programming itself is sort of split up in two camps currently. One is programming in the so-called cats and cats effect ecosystem. It's called the type level ecosystem. So we had Lightband, now we have type level. And over there you will find a technique like tagless final. I have a playlist about this. And another part of the functional programming community is doing is working with a library called Zio. It's much easier to learn. It seems to be the future. It's very hyped right now. So if I were you, I would just learn Zio. Zio.dev. I have got a bunch of videos about this. Yeah. So this is what you would need. And I always recommend people to build projects. Like, this is something that backend developer. I actually made a short about this. Like, this is something that backend developers can learn from front-end developers. It's a very accepted practice for front-end developers to build projects and present them when they apply for jobs. Backend developers tend not to do this. So I always recommend people just build something, right? So especially when you're transitioning, you have to demonstrate that you know this stuff. So the easy ways to do is not to just like go and contribute to open source. Like, build something, just a to-do app. Doesn't matter. Figure out these whole like layers, how this whole like request comes in, like flows through all of this crap and goes to the database and comes back. See that we have a couple of JSON libraries, blah blah blah. You know, things like that. Build something. Well, we have a really messed up legacy monolith that we try to get a hold of in whatever ways we can think of. Yeah. Welcome to the world of software. Kemzio, currently trying to get rid of Akka. Yeah, Akka is not a bad thing. It's just not functional. It's it's not designed to build business logic applications, like business level user-facing applications. It's really great to build tools, which is why I like things like, I don't know, Spark and whatever, Kafka were built like with Scala with these tools. All right, so I'm actually very curious, right? So check this out. Like, over here, we have a case class result, right? Over here, we have case class result. 100% identical, right? Look, package dev inside use Scala 3 use case 1, case class result over here. Dev inside use Scala 3 use case 1, case class result, which means like at compile time, this boundary that happens to be in the middle of them, right? It's in the middle over here. It has no, it doesn't see the difference. Yeah, exactly. So it doesn't see the difference. And I'm actually curious about what is going to happen at runtime, because we might get like a class not found thing. Okay, it actually worked out because they're like literally the same. let's see if we can actually roll this back a little bit. I want to like force this error message, right? So let's say that they're slightly different. Okay. So Google implementation over here will pretty much have to go back to what it was before, right? This, and then map to result.apply. So this part compiles, like this part is going to be fine. It should have compiled. Be quiet and hold on. Come on, go there. Wait, was I returning int here all the time? No, I wasn't. Can't be. Okay. I found a function from integer to result. I want a function from any val to result. Oh yeah, this still says false. I didn't like undo enough. All right. What do you mean, what is my idea? About what? Yeah, look, like this is like what I'm talking about, right? So it looks like they're returning the same result, but they're not, right? So at runtime, it's gonna like do like a class not found or something. Oh wow, that is impressive. How is this happening? No, like this is actually the worst result. So it doesn't even fail at runtime. It just does something completely unpredictable. So here's the thing, like look at this. So we have the control implementation, right? That says, okay, I'm gonna call this method, right? And you're gonna give me a UIO over result. And the result is just a wrapper around the boolean. Like Metals is like completely freaking out. Like what the hell? Let me actually close this one. Let me reload this real quick. Like this is like literally the worst outcome of anything that I could have imagined. Yeah, whatever makes you happy. Come on, restart. Also, this thing still doesn't work, right? With the songs, the one that shows the song. Like for some reason, it's like, meh, not today. It happens sometimes, and it's not my fault. All right, so it works now. So here's the thing, like this is a delivery layer, right? Which is why we're here in delivery, and you also see it over here, right? So this is sort of like, in our main, we just call this run. We're seeing like these hyphens, right? By the way, did we see the hyphens? Oh yeah, look. we saw only the first line. Okay, so we see only the first line, right? Then it calls this and then it crashes. I kind of know why, actually. Hold on. Let me run it through Bloop, because then it's not. Wow. I think Zio somehow like swallows the error message. Let's remove Zio. Just kind of like completely throw it out. Well, we can leave this. This means just gonna throw this out. Okay, so we're not like that. Well, actually, no, we still need this, right? All right, so it's gonna be like this, and in the come on, like what is happening to you? Okay, so this is just gonna be a unit. That's why also gonna be this. Can't be a lazy val now. So in the program, we're gonna do this. So bound. This is just gonna be result. Okay. Well, actually, it's like this now, right? We're also gonna help out with the types. All right. So I think we completely removed Zio, which is something that I wanted to do anyway. Not here. Yep. So this is now just like at main def main. I guess you could do like this. Good question. I've been dreaming about starting to work out again. I literally don't have time. My life is so full of things to do these days that I do work, I do YouTube. I used to work out, but now that I'm like in a stable relationship, it takes a lot of time. Also, I kind of like moved to another country, so organizing all of that stuff takes forever. So I don't have any like hobbies and stuff. But I would love to start working out again. I started like whenever I start to work out again, I only stretch in the evenings, and the purpose of this is just to develop this routine again, the discipline. And after I do this for a couple of weeks, I start properly working out. And I've been doing this for 1 month, very consistently. I also stopped eating sugar completely, only like fruits and stuff. So I haven't been eating sugar for 29 days, but I still don't have time to actually start working out properly. Yeah. Okay, so we don't need this anymore. This can be a lazy val now. And so we don't need this. All right. Okay, this is exactly what I meant. Okay, so this is what I was expecting, right? So it says like no size method error. And this is like, I never used to drink coffee anyway. Like, I actually liked the taste, but it never actually worked for me. Probably because I was putting too much sugar in there and it made me sleepy, which is the opposite of what the coffee is supposed to do. Yeah, I'm one of those programmers that converts water into code instead of coffee. Anyway, so this is exactly what I was talking about. See, like this thing compiles perfectly fine, but it dies in production. In production. It dies at runtime. It was the most horrendous message, right? No such method error. By the way, see how like these two compile in parallel, and then like delivery and Google compile in parallel, and then you have it like running. Okay. Now having a domain on top of this thing is not necessarily going to prevent people from doing this, right? Because like this is something you can always have. This is what is called jar hell. When you have like two things, they bring in they're bringing a class with the same name. The class loader picks one at random, and it's usually not the one that you want, and it just dies. It's like either no class found or no such method error. So even if we had domain on top, it wouldn't fix it. But it would still be helpful, right? For cases where you just have to like pass the type like through the layers, right? So if you go to like one of the results, right? So there's two of them. So if you go to the one that like is in needs, and if we go say, well, it looks exactly the same, like this is what we had before, right? then because they look exactly the same, they're in exactly the same package and whatever, right? So this is just going to be like result true. Like nobody's going to notice this, right? So like which one did it load? Nobody cares, right? It's like this is the thing that you have with dynamic linking, right? If gods are on your side, it's gonna work out. And I think that if we do have domain, then we would have like a proper place to put it instead of like duplicating them like this, which is horrendous anyway. Let's bring back the domain. And I wonder if domain is the right name. Ah, shit. And it would be like above, so it's going to be like 0, right? And we don't need these ones because yeah, technically it's a data transfer object, but this was just an example. I'm gonna call it domain because it's gonna be like the least confusing, because people like to have a domain and they like having it on top. So we're gonna have domain. In fact, like in the very original version of this, I used to have entities. Like the way Uncle Bob explained clean architecture is that he would like put not just data structures into the domain. He would put like business agnostic logic, right? So something that, like, let's say you're Netflix and you have like 100 microservices, and let's say that they're all written in the same language. They could have like just logic about movies that is like independent of whatever like this particular service is doing in this one. But I went away from this. Hey man, what's up in Chile? Is it chilled? I'm not even a dad, but I have a lot of dad jokes. Yeah, so we have a domain, we have aggregate. Now we need to say that these two depend on it. Depends on not here, here. This one and this one. Yeah. Yeah, I think we're gonna be fine. No, not now. Let's see what SBT says. It's just a value that I have laying around over here. So it's defined in util. Whoops, it's not there actually. It's my util. It's not this one. It's just this thing. So the way SBT, which is the Scala build tool, works is that it has like a weird concept of I believe these are called compile configurations, or just configurations. And by default, if you have like a subproject that depends on another subproject, by default it's just going to be like the compilation depends on another compilation. But I also want the test to depend on the tests, right? So this means that if I have it always opens it like this. I hate this. I always have to like close it and close the others and do this. So this means that if I have some like utility in the tests over here, I will be able to use it like even like over there, you know. And otherwise, I wouldn't be able to do this. Yeah, yeah. So CCTT is like compile, test, which is absolutely not self-explanatory, but you know, names are hard. So look at this thing, and this is like a minimal application now. So it used to be just 4, right? You have like a core at the top, you need to deliver it somehow, you need to write data into some database somehow, and you have the main that assembles all of them. So now this is the minimum, right? We split like the core into 4 things. So you have 7 now. And so now like what this thing allows us to do is to find like one of the results. Right, and we can go over here, create a new folder, source main scala, dev, inside you scala 3, and this is the part, you know, that you sort of mentioned that you know, you don't have like a common core, like or common domain. Like I always do everything in a bounded context, so this result is not going to be like a global result thing. No, it's only going to be for use case 1. Okay, so inside of it, I'm gonna have a new Scala file, which is gonna be a case class, and it's gonna be called result, right? And it's gonna be value boolean, right? And I also do this. Okay, and so now that I have this, I can remove this one. For some reason, it says that it doesn't see that one. It should though. Let me fix the compilation errors real quick before we fix this. Something is wrong. Why don't they see this? I did import the build, right? Maybe I didn't. Thought I did. Ah, Metal still doesn't like me. Why not? Alright, it's time to shoot it in the head. Yeah, man, thanks for dropping by. Which kind of dog you got, if you're still here? Is it a proper dog, or is it a, you know, more like a rat? I always wanted a dog. My favorite breed of dogs is an Alaskan Malamute, but I'm in Brazil, so it's going to be torture for him, and also I don't have time. I have 2 cats though, and I showed them on stream. One is chilling over there in the bed. Actually, I have. Hold up. I should be able to relatively easily show him to you guys. Maybe it's not a good idea. All right, there you go. Look, they internet loves cats. All right, let's bring it back. Nice and easy. There we go. Still good? Still good. Cool. So this thing is, I believe fine now, which means that we can run it here. All right. Okay, so this has proven to us that we actually need it. And so now, if we have, like if we kill, okay, SBT is already dead, right? So if I go over here, how many of you guys are still here? Please don't forget to hit the like button so that more people stumble on this. All right, so now we have 7 projects, 7 like sub-projects for a Hello World application. Each one contains only 1 file. So if I run compile now, it's going to, right? It's going to compile this case class result, and then it's going to compile these 2 in parallel. And if this one finishes before this one, it will already start compiling this one. If this one starts, finishes before, it will already start compiling this one. If they finish at the same time, then all of these 3 will compile in parallel. What will usually happen is that over here in this core needs, which I usually have on the right, this core needs usually will have more traits, right? Because the core usually needs like more things. So you will have like 5 things over here. So my hunch is that this one will always finish earlier. And so this one will start compiling. And then once this one finishes, all of these ones will compile in parallel. Okay. So we should see 1 line, then 2 lines, and then either 3 lines at the same time or 1 line and then 2 lines at the same time. Okay, so domain, now I should see these 2. Yes, and then, okay, they compiled like at the same time, so it was like these 3, there was like nanosecond delay. These 3 compile in parallel and now the main. Which is why we have these numbers, right? So 0, 1, 2, 1, 2, 3. So this is how I would probably, well, no. Like the purpose, like this is the first stream ever that I'm doing where I'm working live on a video. So what I usually do is I go to my folder over here. So there's already a thumbnail, right? It was a number 3. It's the same one as before. So usually I create 2 files, like one is called cards and then the one is called script. And it's usually like script.scala. Like in the past, like a lot of time would pass between me writing the script and me recording. These days it's not the case. So like what I used to do is I used to like write everything out, like every sentence and everything. These days I'm trying to teach myself to only do bullet points. So what I want to do is I want to start by having a project with the four subprojects. Actually, maybe I'm not even gonna type this thing out. Maybe it's gonna be, yeah. I'm also like trying to like make my videos shorter. So maybe I'm not gonna type things out. I'm just gonna have them like prepared, and I'm just gonna go like commit to commit to commit. Yeah. 4 subprojects. And it's gonna be core, delivery, and I'm gonna call, well, persistence and main, right? So this is what we had before. 4 subprojects and the gate for the boundary. And it's scala, so well, actually I should probably why can't you do this? Weird. I'm saying delete around the brand. What the hell? So this is the difference between like embedded NeoVim and just some Vim emulation. Just a boundary. So hold on, goals. So one is have a facade for controllers as well. 2, prevent delivery controllers from seeing the gates. Right, what happens now, like Google and the gate that has it wasn't the same thing, but now it's not. It's not anymore. Hold up, need to check my phone real quick. Need to check my phone real quick. Hold up. All right, all good. And the third one is compile core in parallel. Okay, so now probably as the next step, I will do these like gate becomes dependency. And it's inside of the boundary companion object. Now we can have it for controllers as well. So the problem with this is so it's always important to say like why we're doing things. Why? So that we don't need to worry about the name for the controller. Also, gate is not a descriptive name anyway. So now we can have it for controller as well. And so now the way we're going to drive this logic is that boundary.dependencies is a bad name. Well, actually, for controller impl, not controller because it's in the package above. A bad name because it's dependencies of the implementation of the boundary. So now we're gonna do like boundary to boundary implementation, which is perfect anyway. Because we want to move it into a different compilation unit anyway. And so what we're gonna do now is we're gonna have core headers. Actually, let's also generate dg.svg at every step. All right, so we're gonna have like core headers, which is gonna be like 0 core headers. And no, it's gonna be 0 1 core headers. And this is going to be like a new, and this one is going to be 0 1 core is going to be renamed to core. And so now the core compiles faster. Well, not faster, it's like, so now the core compiles in parallel with the others. As soon as core headers finishes compiling, is it even worth it? I'm thinking a little bit. Oh, hold on. This is not perfect anyway because we won't be able to move it down. Yeah, so this needs to be like okay, so let's make the core compile faster. Compile in parallel, blah blah, so now blah blah blah. Exactly, and now we have a problem that we have. Now we have a problem with this. So like it's very important to understand that this is already perfect. This is already very well optimized. The next step is only well, can't we? Hold on. Hold on, if it's over there. I know we can, right? Yeah, we totally can. Okay. Okay, so now we're like optimizing to the max. You guys still hear it being kind of like quiet? As always, like don't forget to hit the like button so that more people stumble on the stream. So now we're optimizing to the max and we're splitting the core headers. Into 0, 1, zero, 1 core provides, 0, 1 core needs. So that they compile in parallel. And also let's have 0, 0 domain for those cases where I'm still not convinced about the domain. because this is a case where you don't have any business logic, right? The routes say, hey, give me stuff. We call core. Core calls the database. Database gives the case class, which is defined in domain, just gives it back to HTTP. HTTP somehow converts it to JSON. The problem that I have with this is that if I have something in the domain, like a case class, that is reused by so many layers, if I rename one thing, I break the database, I break the JSON stuff. You have this problem anyway, right? But like having the domain on top sort of like encourages it. But if you don't have it, it's so inconvenient because you will have to map so many things for no reason. You have to have it. It's a trade-off. Those cases when we don't have any business logic and just want to pass objects through. Like even renaming this from domain to something like DTOs, it's not going to help much because it's going to be on top anyway. Things that are on top end up being domain. Or 00 DTO. Okay, last thing is rename. Okay, so shift the folder names so that they start with 01 and show that the diff is tiny. Okay, so this is the goal. I really want to go and see if I can figure out this weird thing. What the hell is this? Like I wanted to show the yeah. Exactly. See, it's like not working. It should be working. Like it should show the song and it doesn't. It doesn't show the song. So as already mentioned, not my fault. All right. So what we're gonna do now is we're going to do actually this whole thing from scratch, like in these steps, and I'm gonna commit everything so that I don't have to type this thing on camera. This is gonna make the video shorter. But before I do this, I'm gonna go to the bathroom real quick. So if you have any questions, always feel free to ask them. I'm gonna be right back. All right. So, my cat is here. She sometimes sits on my lap. Do you want to sit on my lap? I think she does. Hold up. The internet loves cats. So I sometimes show her on stream. Let me see. Come here. She's like under me. Come out. She lives a very dangerous life. She's like under the chair, which has like rolling wheels. There we go. All right. So her name is Maggie. I have shown her already a couple of times. She's the best cat in the world because I can just take her like this and she's like a teddy bear. She just stays like this. Yeah. So let's see if I can get her to sit on my lap in such a way that I can actually still have both of my hands available. Hello. All right. This is becoming a very fascinating stream. So the first thing that I want to do is I want this to be persistence instead of Google. So let's just commit it real quick. Another cat is coming, the jealous one. So this one is going to be called persistence, and because it's now like persistence, is Metal's working? Like, what is happening? Good to know. Restarting and like working, or restarting and not working? Okay. Right. So this is now persistence, and it can still be called count pictures off. And I'm probably gonna leave the result. I'll rename the project as well in just a second. I just want Manos to tell me that things don't compile. Yeah, exactly. There we go. So there we have like a 4. Go here. So this is going to be called persistence. 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 Okay. So therefore, there somewhere, which is here, right? So it's going to be persistence, and this is going to be persistence, and therefore the file needs to be called persistence. And Metals could have done a couple of those things for me. All right, so all right. Okay, so in this case, I actually want us to have, because I want to demonstrate this thing, that we can have like a type above. So we're gonna have like topic equals. So therefore, first of all, let's start with the boundary, right? Come on, go to the upper one. Okay, something piling. Yeah, okay. All right, so boundary So this one, I'm gonna rename to like, do we have even amount of pictures of, like this. I don't think Scala 3 metals is still, well, I mean, I know why, but in Scala 3 metals is still not great. So, well, change to H, do we. Okay, so this means that in the control station, same deal, find D, change to H, do we. Same thing over here. Okay, so do we have, go to the implementation, please. Actually, hold on, go to implementations, no. Why is it so hard? Okay, so over here, we're gonna have the same name. Right? No. Well, actually, can we just go and do like count pictures of? I'm gonna replace it with, do we have even amount of pictures of? Well, actually, this should be something like, it's such a silly use case because I want to show an example of where you need to have something in the domain. I think we should go the other way around. We should go the other way around. Like that. So now I want the result to be like an int. Like that. Like this. Okay. All right. So now we need to go to the build, and this one is going to be called so I'm going to search for Google. I'm going to change and go next. Persistence. Let's do this everywhere. Not now. So I want to rename Google to persistence. And now I want to import the build. Is it importing the build? What is this? Yeah. All right. Which means we're gonna like regenerate this. It still says Google. There we go. Actually, how? What did I even call it? I already did have core headers here. Because I already mentioned this in the video. But it's fine, right? Actually, let me check my Discord message real quick. You're gonna see only me for a second. Right. Okay. Okay, so I would say that this is enough. So let's start actually building it, okay? So, I'm going to do, how are we gonna call it? Should be part of this Zio slides repo that I just had, diamond slides. Nah, it shouldn't be. Nobody's gonna find it. Okay. So we're going to call it just gonna call it diamond architecture or diamond architecture. Because pretty much like the final commit of this is going to be like the final version. Diamond architecture. Okay, so let's throw it over there. No. So let me have a look at the build. So I threw out the dependencies because I didn't care about the tests. All right, so let me just grab like all of this stuff. Which I unfortunately have to do by using because of the way my whole system is set up. So we're gonna have the main, it's not going to need this. Persistence is going to depend directly on core. Same thing for the core is going to be 0, 1 core. It's not gonna have these. It's going to have the dependencies though. Which is going to bring the test dependencies. We're not going to have any of these. So we don't have this one, don't have this one, don't have this one. Core delivery persistence main. That's it, right? And this one is called diamond architecture. Not now. Okay. Let's see if SBT is happy with this. It's not. Okay, so it's not happy about the CCTT because I need to do this import util thing. What else? Diamond architecture is defined twice. It is. It is. Right. And that's exactly why I always do this through, via SBT first. Exactly, to have this thing anymore. So whatever runs first, either SBT or metals, will generate these folders. So now I will take this source and I'll move it over here into core, so that we have like tests over there. We don't need the example suite, and we don't need the main. So I'm screaming like crazy outside. So at this point we might as well go like this and generate the graph. And we're gonna call it DG because dependency graph is get ignored globally on my machine. Like this. Actually, can we do this? No, it doesn't know how to do this. And bat also doesn't know. Okay. Interesting. All right. No. This one, right? Preview SVG. Gorgeous. Why is it empty? We didn't import the build, right? I thought we did. We have metals, we have bloop. Why is it empty? Totally saved you from this one. This combination. So it should be fine. So what's up with this? There we go. All right, core persistence delivery main, nice and easy. All right, let's see. So let's create a folder called source main scala, then inside you, diamond, should we go with hyphens? Should go with hyphens. Diamond architecture, and we're gonna go with like use case 1. And in fact, we're going to go do the same thing here. Source main scala dev inside you, diamond architecture, use case 1. Okay, this one I wrote without the hyphens. Let's remove the hyphens then. or not. I prefer it with hyphens. So the package should be called diamond underscore architecture. Okay. So we have this one, so we can copy it, paste it over here. Paste it over there. That's not why. I wanted to copy the entire source folder. Exactly. All right. So let's see. So now we can copy from 01 core, no, 00 domain result into 01 core. Okay. And then we're going to do a global replace of use case 1. So we have this. Now we're going to go from 01 core Is it not 01 core provides? Yes, boundary. Also in there. And needs boundary implementation.scala into use case 1. It's not this, it's actually persistence.scala in there. All right. So this is going to be diamond architecture. Same thing over here. Same thing over here. So used to pressing this. So we also need from 0 to core. We need the boundary implementation. And that's gonna be in diamond architecture. Okay. And so in the beginning, like this is just boundary. Over here. And so this goes away. All right. And this thing is called gate. And this thing. And I'm realizing we can do this thing as well. Okay, so this file is going to be called gate. And this thing is going to get out of here and be over here. And I'm used to doing like this. All right. So this is how we have been doing this so far, right? We have a boundary, it defines something, there's an implementation of the boundary. It needs the gate. Gate is just a facade for multiple things. In this case, there's only one called persistence. And we have this result because it kind of needs to exist. Okay. So now we're going to have delivery, for example. And it's going to have the controller. And it's gonna go into 02 delivery here. And use case 1. Control implementation into use case 1. So diamond architecture like this. Diamond architecture. So it's not gonna have this whole thing. I'm just gonna get the boundary. It says not found type controller. Oh, this thing needs to go away. This thing needs to go away. All right. So this is now our persistence. It's because of this space over here. Persistence. Exactly. No. It's gonna go into persistence. Not found type persistence because this is not diamond architecture. Okay. So now we have dependency injection. It's a 3. Okay. Exactly. So this is like that. And this is gate. All right. And we have the program. Which is here. Oh, I was renaming the wrong thing all the time. All right. All right. So only the mains left. All right. So by the way, notice how like it took some time to compile the core, right? It was like 3 files, but it still took some time to compile the core. Like, let's see this again, right? So we go clean, we go update, and we go compile. It's a hello world application. Look how much time it takes to compile those traits. So it takes more than 1 second to compile. How many files do we have? 9 files. Okay, so we have 9 files and it takes 7 seconds. So it takes like almost a second to compile a file. In a hello world application. Crazy. So I think this is enough. So this is where we're going to start, right? So git init, like this whole thing is now a GitHub repository. So I'll show the dependency graph. Ta-da, core, delivery persistence main, nice and easy. Have the main, it just goes to program, use case make, control implementation, controller is this thing, control implementation, that thing just needs the boundary. What is the boundary? Just this trait, this is the implementation. What's the gate? It's just a facade for persistence. Okay, where's the implementation for persistence? Need to go here, go here. This is the implementation for persistence. Very trivial. And the boundary doesn't actually have any business logic, right? So it's just like just a forwarder. All right, so I think the first thing that I want to do is have this thing over here. If I have this, then I don't need this. Okay. Actually, I don't want to start here. That's exactly why we have a GitHub repository now. Git repository, I'm sorry. Okay, so the first step, like what did my script say? This is why I have a script. Yeah, so I want the controller to also have a facade. So what we're gonna have is we can drive this. Are you guys still here? Don't forget to hit the like button so that more people stumble on this. Okay, so it's like this. So I want to go to the control implementation and I want to say, well, I also want to have a gate, which is going to extend the boundary. Okay, and this makes the injection a little bit annoying. Yeah, man, no worries. I've been doing this for like 5 years, so maybe you should check out like my earlier videos, because like these days I'm actually not teaching anything basic anymore. So I very rarely do like from scratch and stuff, because I have like more than 300 videos at this point. So if it's too fast for you, like I have things that go like from scratch and like very slow. These are like very long videos, like 1 hour each. So also, like, you have to understand, like, um, I cannot really know the audience. So, and if you like Rock to JVM better, then go watch Rock to JVM. I have no problem with that. Shortcuts. What do you mean? You mean like aliases and stuff? Like terminal aliases and stuff? Or what do you mean? I put it in there, right? So it's gonna be like this, right? All right. So I think this is a good first step. It's actually funny because like you're saying that, I teach too fast, and I'm like literally like right now I'm actually trying to make the upcoming video shorter by not typing things out, right? So I'm just gonna prepare it, and it's like commit per commit, and then you'll be able to like go through them at your own pace. Because like in the past I literally did it like so slow, like 1 hour for every video and stuff. I feel like I can't teach you how to be better by teaching me. Right. Well, I guess Rock the JVM is your teacher then. I have zero problems with that. Also, like this is one of those things that on YouTube, like YouTube doesn't really have a concept of competition, right? So in fact, I wish more people would teach Scala. Like there's like what, like 5 of us like right now. So I have absolutely no problem if you like stop watching my videos and just watch Rock the JVM. It's all good, not angry or anything. So hey man, welcome to the stream. Yeah, thanks, man. Like no hard feelings. It's all good. Like I understand. Like this is a it's not even a problem. It's a normal thing, like sometimes you just find a teacher and doesn't match what you need. Yeah. No, that's not why. No, it's just we just have a different approach to teaching. Also, like whenever, like if you're sort of right, like if I were to do courses, they would be different from my YouTube videos, because in my YouTube videos, like I like to experiment things. I like to say like, hey, look, I play with this thing and this is what I found out. Maybe you like it, maybe it's useful for you, right? So the content on YouTube is like slightly different from like an actual course. All right. Yeah, I'm trying to like improve a little bit, like what I just said, like I'm trying to make it shorter, the videos shorter. I'm trying to make them like a little bit to the point, because I used to like talk a lot. Like I don't want to sound arrogant, but like I have a lot of knowledge, and like whenever I record a video, I just talk and talk and talk. Even though it's all scripted, like still I just have so much to teach, and I'm actively working on making the videos shorter. So and don't worry, it's all recorded. If you go to live.davinside.com, or if you just go to my channel, you like scroll down. Also, like this whole stream today was not planned. It's just like I had to work on a video anyway, so I was like, why not like do it on stream? So yeah. you're a junior developer, let's teach people together. Sure, what do you have in mind? Let me know. I'm very limited on time these days, but yeah. Yeah, so for those of you who are joining like now instead of like 2 hours ago or whatever, how long have I been streaming? 240. So this is going to be like the third video in the Diamond Architecture series, where we're going to split the core into multiple pieces so that it compiles faster, because it's sort of like a choking point. And we're doing a couple of other things like related to this, like moving a couple of things around. I have a lot of 1 hour videos. Like I have an entire playlist called, for example, it's called Scala, Your First Programming Language, and it teaches like programming from scratch in Scala. It's like 20 videos or something, and every video is like an hour long. Yeah. Okay, so trying to get something done here. So I think this should be a good step, right? So I would say, okay, so the controller, I want the controller to also have a gate. And so for now, I'm going to put it like in the companion object. So this is like the first step. And it's going to be like this. And maybe yeah, let's go like this. Let's go step by step. Okay, so this is going to be let's do like proper, almost conventional commits, at least like this. So add gate for controllers, for controller. Okay. So let me tell you a struggle. You unrock the JVM, assume where a struggle. Let me tell you where a struggle. And I might tell you and help others. Yeah, well, go ahead. Tell me where your struggle, and I might make a video about this topic. Okay, so because of this, we can take the gate, and actually only the gate, right? Just like take it out like this and put it inside of the boundary. I believe like this is like a good next step, right? Like this. And therefore we only need the eye, which is getting like very ugly. So this is now boundary dot gate. I'm thinking right now if it how have you managed to solve the latency issue? It's pretty okay now. I have done absolutely nothing, and it solved itself by itself. It solved itself. I have no idea. Like I think YouTube was just like struggling, and yeah, you're back. Great. Actually, I kind of need to go AFK because I need to pee again. I'll be right back, like 2 minutes, okay? All right, I was actually faster than 2 minutes. All right, so I think like next. Okay. So full stack Ryan, tell me what your struggle is. Like how long have you been trying to learn programming? Which languages? And what is your issue? Also, hop on my Discord. Just ask questions. I don't think Daniel has a Discord, does he? Is there a Rock the JBM Discord or Slack or something? I don't think he has one. Yeah. So move the gate inside, which changed the dependency injection, which is starting to look ugly. Okay. So this is now move boundary gate into the boundary companion object. Okay, and so now the next step would be to recognize that there is an asymmetry. So this is the gate for the boundary implementation. So this should be called boundary implementation. Therefore, DI should be implementation, right? And therefore implementation, right? And therefore we might as well also move this out. Okay. Like that. Okay. Have you played hold on. Oh, hey, hold on. Hey, Geraldo. I was actually talking about talking to full stack Ryan because he had some issues. So yeah, but good to know. 5 months. That's cool. Have you played Poppy Playtime? I don't know what that is, so I guess no. I'm still bummed out that this music widget is not working today. We're having such a chill stream. All right. So now this moves the gate into the boundary implementation. Okay. Okay. So this is move. Well, okay. So a rename boundary companion object to boundary implementation and move it into its own file. Okay. Let me see. By the way, don't forget to hit the like button so that more people stumble on the stream. Poppy Playtime. Is it some? Okay. Is it some horror thing? I don't like horror things. Yeah, whatever. Must stay alive in this horror puzzle adventure. It's restored eventual toys making a. Interesting. All right. Cool. Yeah, I'm not big on like horror stuff. But yeah. Yeah, exactly. I don't have much time to play these days, but like I grew up with Counter-Strike, and the last game I was playing, like the last game was like sort of like addicted to, was Rocket League. But these days I just have zero time to play. And once I build a computer, like occasionally we'll be able to also like game on stream and stuff, because like when I stream, it's sort of like quality time for me. It's not like a waste of time, sort of like just like sitting playing games. I'm not saying that people who play games, they waste their time. Like I've wasted like more than 10 years playing games. It's just that I literally don't have it. welcome back. So what did we do? Okay, so we moved it. Yeah, so now this is the fun part, okay? Because now we realize that we can actually, first of all, like, throw out the gate. And over here, we can also the boundary, right? Just by calling make, like this. And we can do the same thing for the controller, right? Throw this out. Here, this gives us the boundary by wrapping it into make. Okay. Actually, before we do that, also I didn't notice that we have this here, but we don't have this. We have it here. Oh, annoying. Oh, interesting. I thought you were just playing the game. All right, let me see real quick. I want to do a super tiny rebase, but I've never done one where I would edit this one. Right. I want to go to the controller implementation here. Wait, why doesn't it show me that this is a... Okay. Okay. So it says that I can now do git commit amend. Yeah. And I continue the rebase. How is it possible that it created conflicts? It should not have created conflicts. Well, yeah, that's exactly what I did. Hold on. Yes. 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 All right. Okay, so show me what? 2? Yeah, it makes sense, right? 1. And wait, hold on. Yeah. Okay, that makes sense. Okay, so it looks like we did it correctly. Nice. Okay, so you're a dev of that game, and there's a character named Hoogie Woogie or Hoogie Wuggy in the game. Okay, so the next thing that I want to do is I want to rename the gate to just dependencies. And the same thing for boundary implementation. All right, that's probably broke the eye. Oh no, it did the rename for us. By the way, we should probably also like run it every time we do this. I mean, I know Minecraft, but I never actually installed and played it. Okay. Okay, so now I rename gate to dependencies. Okay. And now we can do this trick that we remove this, move this left. I'm going to say that this is now going to be the boundary. And how we're going to do this by wrapping it in make. Like this. And we get something for the controller. Remove that. To the left. This is now the boundary. By wrapping it into make. And this means that the DI is now just this. Actually, just like this. And like that. 1, 2, 1, 2. Then in April's Fool's update, where you walk with 2 hands, you can pick stuff up and throw them, and you can wear a barrel on your head. Okay. I mean, I don't have anything to do with Minecraft, so great for people who played Minecraft, I guess. Bound boundary, required control implementation dependencies. That's not how it was supposed to go down. Because I want to call this one. Oh, here. Controller. There we go. Problem solved. Also, when you have the barrel on your head, you get to sneak and the zombies don't know where you are. Alright. Yeah, like, I've never been a big fan of Minecraft. Not that I don't like it or anything, it's just that, I don't know. I don't know much about it. I know you build stuff, and like at night people attack you, and I know that there's a bunch of YouTube videos where people build crazy things from real life, and they're, you know, they look amazing. It looks like it took a lot of time. So okay, make dependencies invisible. All right, and so now we arrive at this point where we're going to look at this. Okay. Good job. So this is like the most crucial point over here, because this is the point where we're going to realize that the core, like being this choke point, right? If we clean it and we update, if we compile, okay, we actually need to restart SPT because everything is cached. Even if you clean it, SPT still caches stuff. So we have this problem that like the core is at the top and is being like this choke point. No, I will not. I've never played Minecraft and I'm not going to start playing it now. So the core is kind of being the choke point. Like this is a Hello World application, but we now have like these 4 files. And we need to wait until it compiles before we can reap our benefits from compiling like persistence and delivery in parallel. So see, it takes like 3 seconds before we like start compiling the rest. And this is the moment where we go to the build, which we have prepared here. And we introduce like wonder what we should do about the result. I think it's better to introduce it right away. So we're gonna have like everything from like here. Actually, maybe even higher. Here. I'm gonna copy that. Listen, man, no offense, but I have nothing to do with Minecraft, and you came here and you just talk about Minecraft. And nobody here cares about Minecraft. So if you don't stop talking about Minecraft, I will ask you to leave, and if you don't leave, I'm gonna ban you. If you are even a real person and not a bot. So it's over here. Yeah, so it's like that. The dependencies are now going to be here. There we go. So we should at least rename the folder to 02 core. If we do this, a bunch of things are not going to compile, but it doesn't matter. All right, let's see what SBT says. Actually, I probably forgot a couple of things. Yeah, I forgot a couple of things. Because I don't want the delivery to depend on core. And the delivery is only going to depend on core provides. Oh, actually, hold on. We should not be doing this yet. We should do the whole core headers thing first. Yeah, so it's going to be like core headers. And this one as well. So this is going to be headers. And it's going to be, no, it's going to be one. And it's going to have the dependencies. So we're not going to have these two yet. Core headers, core delivery, blah, blah, blah. Okay, not now. Doesn't depend on anything. All right. All right. So, domain doesn't exist yet. Well, actually, let's import to build so that we're aligned. Okay, so we're gonna remove this one. I'm gonna remove this one. I'm gonna remove this one. And I'm gonna grab this source folder, put it into core headers, and I'm gonna go over here and I'm gonna make sure that only the boundary is there. The boundary implementation is gone. Something is wrong. Somehow this thing ended up in the target folder like this. So this test folder goes away. And over here, everything is gone except for the boundary implementation. All right. Okay, so I forgot to tell the core that it's going to have the dependency on the core headers. So dependency on core headers, and over here we're gonna need the core as well. Yeah, sure. I just did import the build, right? I did it. Ah, great. Okay. So one thing that I forgot to do is rename this one into so I want to do this. All right, so we need another backup. So I want to do this. Not now. All right. So I want to do this. Over here, this one. And over here, I just want to go to the core and rename this to dependencies. So now I want to amend and continue. Exactly the same as before. Stage all the changes. Continue. So let's see. No, it's 3. There it is. This is the rename. So it got the rename. Doesn't touch after this. Exactly. So now we can bring my stash back. Nice. I've been doing Scala since 2010, so 12 years. I'm 35 years old, by the way. All right. Good question. No, I didn't. So what happened was like I played Counter-Strike as a kid, and my only like experience with programming was like writing those Counter-Strike configs. That was like it was a format sort of like similar to ini files. And so this is how I was like, okay, I'm gonna do programming at some point, but I haven't programmed before the university. I went to the university at 2008, and I think like by the end of the third semester, I've done like C, Java, C Sharp, and like one of the good professors stumbled on Scala, and he knew how I like this stuff, so he was like, "Yo, I'm gonna make a lecture about Scala in the next semester. You gotta, you're gonna like it." And I was like, "Cool." And I grabbed the book back then, "Programming in Scala" by Martin Odersky. Like we had it in our library because probably he ordered a couple, and I read it like through the what's it called? Not vacation, like the holidays between the semesters. And I fell in love with it, and the lecture was awesome, and I aced the lecture obviously. And then like I had like the praxis semester in the fifth semester, and like back then you couldn't find like this was Java, like this was Scala 2.7, which is like dinosaur level Scala, and like there was no way to find like a Scala job back then. So I was looking for it was an internship even, so I was looking for Java internship and C Sharp internship, and I found the C Sharp internship. So I did C Sharp for like one semester, went back to the university. In the sixth semester there was like a big project, like the whole semester project, and it was in Java. We built like a cryptography framework thing, but that was basically it. I went and I did my master's, and after my master's I found a company that did Scala and wrote my master's thesis with them about Akka, by the way. And and so I've only done Scala professionally, which is a two-edged sword, because like sometimes I feel like I lack a little bit of perspective of like I would love to be able to bring something from some other community, like Java community, C Sharp community, I don't know, Rust community, Haskell community, but all I know is Scala. So I sometimes, like in a weird way, it limits me a little bit, but at least I enjoyed the heck out of it. All right, so now that we have this, if you do a compile, the core slows us down less because there's only 3 files. And now we have 3 things compiling in parallel. So wait, why is it still here? What did I do? Oh, I did git show. Okay, makes sense. Wait, what? How is this the only diff? Where are my changes to the build? Oh, this stuff is already staged. Right, there we go. That's more like it. It's so funny because this div is like the most important one. There are no changes to the code. It's just moving stuff around. Only the build. All right, so this is split core into, well, split 0, 1 core into 0, 1 core headers and 0, 2 and 0, 2 core. Lucky you, it's not easy to break out from Java when you're already well-played Java dev. I started some pet projects in Scala in 2014, but never switched to a job because of team and other risks. Yeah, so if you're still like concerned about like actually learning Scala, like I have like a 1 video crash course. It's like 3.5 hours. It's probably not going to be enough to get you a job, but I would say that it is more possible today than it was in 2014. I would recommend learning Zeal. Huggy Woogie, are you a real person? Because you came here and you started just talking about Minecraft nonstop. So I'm not convinced. And if you are, how old are you? All right, so now we finally, by the way, guys, don't forget to hit the like button so that more people stumble on the stream. So now we're finally going to pretty much $50. Okay. So you're 50 and you play Minecraft. Very believable. So I'm gonna grab like everything from here to here. I'm gonna copy that. I'm gonna go to the build. And I'm going to paste it over here. Paste it over here. I need to paste it above main. Here. Yeah, this is it. Yeah, it is, and also it's very business friendly. You know, they like the way it's set up, like the whole community around Zio is that it's like it feels like kind of like business first, you know. Yeah. Let's see if it compiles. Well, it's not gonna compile, but at least like does a build load. Okay, it does, so we can import it. Oh wow. Yeah, man, go have a nap. All right. So this means that we can go to core headers, which sort of doesn't exist anymore. And actually, I forgot to do one thing. Like that. Yes. So we can go to core headers and we're gonna copy this and we're just gonna like put it into domain, put it into core needs, sometimes does that, and put it into core provides. And so over here, I'm going to remove the boundary. And we're going to remove dependencies. Over here, well, core headers doesn't exist anymore. Core needs, we're going to remove the result. Going to remove the test. And delete this one as well. And over here, remove the test. And we'll remove the dependencies. And we'll remove the result. Good night. Like this. It doesn't see the result, so I didn't copy some part. Depends on domain, depends on domain. It should see the result. Why doesn't it see the result? Does SBT see the result? It does. Okay. So this means that, let's try the restart. Okay. Yeah, this happens when you move things around. So we don't need this project as of right now. We don't need it anymore. Which you can also move it back here. Like this. And like that. Now let's go see it. I'm starting to think that we should rename core needs to core dependencies. It's just that it's, well, how about core dependency headers? Yeah, how about like core headers and core dependency headers? I really like that. I think this is what we're gonna do. This way, like core headers will stay the same. But no. So this is now core headers and core needs. It's going to be core dependency headers. Oh, damn it. I forgot that we didn't regenerate the dependency graph. Nah, it's fine though. This one is above. I would kind of prefer that headers are. How can I name it in such a way that it's alphabetically below? So if I just do like core headers dependencies, it's weird. Core headers for dependencies. And maybe 00 domain should also be core domain, something like this. Should we have this core prefix? Well, we do have numbers. We still have numbers. Oh, you mean like another layer, like 0, 1, and then hyphen, and then no. I tried this in the past. It didn't go anywhere. Actually, you're not wrong, because I was using these. Which letters did I use? I used like input output. Yeah, how about this? How about, yeah. Maybe we should do this in another commit. So I'm gonna leave this one like this. Yeah, I'm gonna leave this one like this. Dude, one more thing and I'm gonna ban you. So we're gonna say split 0, 1 core headers into 0, 1 core headers, 0, 1 maybe it should be dependency headers, but that doesn't core dependency headers. Yeah, core dependency headers and 0, 0 domain. Okay. And the diff is like spectacular. It's just a build. Okay. So now we're going to do that. This one is going to be O headers, like output headers. And this one is going to be should it be just O or should still have core, right? No, it shouldn't. Okay, so we have like I headers and O headers, like input headers, output headers. Are these the letters that I used in that video? Let me see. Is it slides.com? I never remember this stuff. Okay, it's input output, so probably I used IO. Yeah, I guess this is what I used. Okay, so core headers is now oh, but usually I and O are not used as the name of the project. This would go against this thing. It's not consistent. I don't like it. Oh, I'm actually going to spell it out. It's going to be input headers. Why is naming so hard? All right. Actually, I'm not gonna generate the project because I forgot to generate it when we did the core headers thing. Okay, so now this is just a rename 01 core headers to 01 input headers and 01 core dependency headers. To 01 output headers. Yeah. Okay. Oh, actually, for this one, I don't need this. Oh, no, I do. So it was over here. So I want to edit Well, this one. And this one. And this one I'll edit later. Okay. So at this point we only have core headers and core. We don't have this one. Don't have this one. Oh, we don't have this one. And so what I want to do is exactly. So I can just do this and that. And now exactly. So like yep. And now last import. So this one is gone. This one is gone. Okay, so now it's like that. So I'm gonna shove it in. Yep. Come on. And there we go. Hey man, how are you? I'm always assuming that you're a man, but you could be a woman. Hello anyway. All right. So the only last thing left to do is to do the numbers here. 1, 2, 2, 3, 3, 3, and 4. is 4. This is 3. This is also 3. This is also 3. This is 2. And this is 1. Good question. Depends. Are you completely new here, or have you seen some of my stuff? Because this will help me to explain things to you. You're bad. What's wrong? What happened? Oh, you can talk to me. So are you a developer? Right. So this is mostly a Scala channel. Right. And there was this thing called clean architecture by Uncle Bob. He based it on like hexagonal architecture, simplified it a bit, and I developed it even further, and I called it a diamond architecture because when you have your dependencies like arranged, they kind of look like a diamond. I have a better example somewhere else. That it's more like flat. And I made 2 videos about it, and I'm working on a 3rd one. Pretty much done, actually. This is going to be the 3rd one, in which we're going to go from actually we can tag them now, right? So I can show it to you. Irene, change numbers +1 everything. Beautiful change. All right, so what I'm gonna do is git shell add what, like 9, 8. Okay. Hold up. All right. No worries. Like, talk. Well, what's on your mind? What's up? All right. Yeah, that happens. Happens. It's rough times, man. It's you can't like these days you can't feel bad for feeling depressed. It's sort of like it's almost like normal to feel depressed today because of this whole COVID thing and like the war and everything. Okay, so tell me something about yourself. Where are you? Um, uh, how how old are you? Um, Actually, answer my questions. I'm just gonna go pee real quick. I'll be right back. Okay. All right, I'm back. Oh, so you're in high school. Congrats. Yeah, it can be tough. Um, I'm in Brazil. I guess you are because your English is good. I'm guessing because of the time zone and stuff that you're in the US, right? And you got into IT high school. Oh, okay. So I guess you're in Europe somewhere. like one of the things that, because you're young, so I automatically I'm in the like advice giving mode. Um, I mean, this advice can be given to adults as well. Um, the body really likes routines and rhythms. So I know it's the weekend and stuff, but and like probably like during the week you have to wake up early. Um, it's better like on the weekends to keep the same rhythm. So yeah, you can't even see what to do in life and you're only a kid. Well, that's sort of like the reason, right? Like you're a kid, you're not supposed to know, you're not supposed to have all the answers. Like even adults don't have all the answers. Um, that's not a bad idea. And how has it been working out for you? Did it help? How long have you been in the gym? Do you look buff now? So what do you think the source um, of your feelings is? Like you said, you don't have anyone to talk to. You mean right now, or you don't have any friends? Like, what's your situation? Nice. I also got like kind of fat recently. There's a bit of a delay, so when you said like nah, never, I'm not really sure um, what you're talking about. You have friends, but you can't talk to them. Um, you mean about this stuff or in general? So how old are you now? Like if you're going to high school, I'm guessing you're like what? Okay, Huggy Wuggy, I really like not right now. Like I'm sick of you. I'm sorry. Okay, actually, like you're okay. Uh, I'm gonna put you in timeout. I don't know what that is, but I'm gonna put you in timeout. Okay. Yes, and this automatically deleted all of your messages. All right, cool. So, what is your name, by the way? Trink Zero, or maybe don't tell me your name because maybe I don't know, maybe your friends are watching this. So I'm just gonna call you Trink Zero. So YouTube held your comment for review. Your comment about, you know, taking your life. So I have only seen it just now. Pavel. So you're Polish? Let me see. Yeah. So you're in Poland? Serbia, right. I'm originally from Ukraine. I'm currently in Brazil, but I'm originally from Ukraine. So do you mind telling me how old you are? You don't have to if you don't want to. Just say that you don't want to. I mean, I have to. You're 15. I'm 35. So about this Ukrainian stuff, yeah, it sucks, but like my relatives are fine, and my family moved out of Ukraine when I was pretty much your age. I was 16 years old. We moved to Germany, and eventually I met a girl from Brazil, and so now I'm in Brazil. Um, so you have no. So do you have any theory why you feel like this? By the way, it's a very long stream, and my channel is very small, so there are only a few people over here. So don't worry about like the whole world knowing your story, because like, let's be honest, nobody's watching this stuff. Let's see how many people are here. Like, you can never trust this thing. Over here, it says there are 3 concurrent viewers, but I can never trust this thing. Okay, so you don't have anything in your life. Like, do you mean material things, or have you, I don't know, lost your parents? Yeah, mine are divorced as well. They divorced when I was like 20. So you live with your mother, I guess? Well, let's focus on some small things. Like, what are the things that you need to do? Like your chores and stuff. Like, you need to go to like to school, right? Clean your room and stuff, right? Or do you need to do, like, you cannot do the things that you need to do, or do you mean about big things, like you don't know what to do with your life? Because you're not supposed to do what you're supposed to do with your life at the age of 15. Most people like finish high school and they don't know what to study, or even if to study these days. It's a different, it's a complicated question. Hey, Philip. Trying to help a guy here. He's in trouble. A bit depressed. You feel empty from the inside. Do you have any hobbies? Do you like, is there anything that you like? Like, you said that you got into IT. You said that you programmed some games. Also, your English is great. I used to play guitar as well. So you said that you don't have anything in your life, but you go to the gym, you play guitar. Do you meet people in the gym? Do you talk to them? Like, I don't know. how like how open people are in the gym to be talked to. Like usually people go to and they just want to do their workout and then they just want to leave. So yeah. Interesting. Is it like a cultural thing? Like I'm East European, right? So we're also like very often, we're happy inside, but like on the outside we'll look like we're tough and angry and whatever. You know, you would be surprised to find out how many people feel like this. It it changes with time. Ultimately, like what matters is that you matter to yourself, that you love yourself. And like with age, you will develop your own sense of confidence in being who you are. Yeah, so this could be one of the issues, like instead of trying making other people happy, consider making yourself happy. Just like do your own thing for a bit, you like going to the gym, go to the gym. You like play guitar. You like to learn some programming stuff, stick around. um, um, you want to get good, in high school, get good grades, go to the university, do that. So instead of trying to make other people, like making other people happy, like trust me, like I'm a content creator. Like if I tried to make every viewer happy, I would just, yeah, like I don't even know how to explain this, but like don't try to make other people happy. It's not, you have not been sent to this earth to make other people happy. Yeah. You're not alone though, like I I don't know why, like people used to gravitate to me was questions like this. What up, Hector? We were programming all the time, and now we're getting into psychology. We have a guy here. He's 15 years old. His name is Pavel, and he's from Serbia, and he feels a bit depressed. So we're just talking about things like life and stuff. Yeah. So what I was saying is that like people, for some reason, tend to gravitate to me for psychological advice. Anyway, I never thought that it would actually happen on stream. Um, but I'm gonna be so arrogant to claim that you kind of got lucky to stumble on me. And usually we have cool people here, so people on the internet can be mean and stuff, but like the programmers community, like usually we're all pretty chilled. We like memes though, and we troll sometimes. Um, but most of the times, we're very supportive and stuff. Thank you. Exactly, you're great how you are. See, told you, cool people here. By the way, guys, please don't forget to hit the like button, because this way, YouTube will suggest this stream to a bunch of people. Like for example, Pavel here, he's totally new, and I don't know, maybe some of you are also new. I don't know. Um, Growing up is tough. It's like being young and figuring out the world, and then like in high school, like kids can be so mean. Like, Jesus, like usually like when you're an adult, there are still a couple of people that are mean, but not like as in high school. Like in high school, like everybody's kind of mean. Yeah. Like the truth about happiness is that you can't be happy all the time. You know, Like I'm in a very good spot in my life right now, but still I sometimes have days where I feel like shit, and I'm asking myself why, and I don't know why. Like who knows what my brain is like currently processing, you know? Just sometimes, yeah. I sometimes don't feel like working. Sometimes I don't feel like making those videos. Sometimes I don't feel like streaming. You know, like even though everything like nothing happened in my life, you know, everything is great. But sometimes you just have these days, and some people have more of them. Okay, well, try something new. Try a new hobby or something. Nothing new to do. Listen, I'm gonna change your life. Like if I could go back in time and change things about my life, well, technically I wouldn't change anything because it wouldn't make me who I am today. But like I'm so like I have a niece, for example. She's 10 years old, and like most of her free time, I mean, she works really hard. You know, she does. You know, she has like a lot of things to do at school and like extracurricular activities. But like all her free time, she's just like on her phone, watching other people playing Minecraft. Yes, Huggy Wuggy, I said Minecraft. Uh, but like I would kill to have so much free time. You know, like I would build like so many cool things. You know, obviously like if I had this free time and I already had like all the skills that I have, right? But like because you're so young and you're curious in IT anyway, and this is like a IT stream and stuff, like programming can be such a cool thing. Like creating things is so much fun. Like even if it's just like silly things that nobody needs, it's just like I don't know, this act of like creating something is is incredibly rewarding, and also it pays well. So obviously you're you know, I'm biased, you're a programmer stream, so oh, so what's the channel that you started? Like what was it about? Did you like play games and stuff, or did you do? Like I'm not an expert, but I could give you a couple of tips. YouTube is tough though. It's like very like in fact in your current state of mind, I highly recommend you to get off of YouTube. I mean as a creator, because um, because people can be extremely mean on YouTube or in general online, because you get this anonymity and people just say extremely offensive things without any repercussions. Yeah, so I really don't recommend that you stay on YouTube as a content creator or on any other platform. Like I'm a little bit lucky because I'm doing like programming stuff, and usually people are not mean for no reason. We do have our own like wars and fights and disagreements, but it's usually like very constructive. So you really like if you want to go like the YouTube route and stuff and the content creator route, you need to be really comfortable with who you are, because you need confidence. You need to be able to read a comment that says you suck and then to just like wash it off, because there's like billions of people out there and there's only one of you. So in your state of mind, I really don't recommend that you try to create content. It's a it's a tough place. Um, but I do recommend that you teach yourself programming. Okay, that's great that you don't get really bothered by hate, but you know, your feelings are a little bit unstable, you know, like today you feel like this, tomorrow you feel like that. So like imagine like putting your soul into like a video. It takes you like 3 months to make a video, and then you release a video and then nobody watches it, or worse, you know, people watch it and then they say, oh, you suck, like don't do blah blah blah, right? Imagine how you're going to feel. So it's very dangerous in your um and your state of mind. Okay, so you got taught, you mean programming, but you're not good? You mean programming? Well, you're just 15, like you're not supposed to be good at it, so keep learning it. I have videos on my channel that teach programming like from scratch. Like I have a playlist called Scala, your first programming language. Let me find it for you actually. There's this one over here. See, it's like a bunch of videos. Like if you watch this one, it teaches programming from scratch. And even before this, I have like this playlist where I just talk. I just explain a little bit like how the world of software development looks like. There's no programming here. It's just like me talking. And this one is like actually programming. So you could watch like this one and then this one. It even literally from zero. It says like how to install things and everything. So you could watch this playlist and you're gonna be a programmer in no time. And if you have any problems, you know, any questions, write comments. I have a Discord server. Go there, you know, ask questions. I have a couple of other people who also answer questions and stuff. Cool. Yeah, so I have like this thing over there. See, it shows like a bunch of other links. So one of them is like discord.devinside.com, and this will give, yeah, there you go, this one. So it will, you know, with this link, you'll go to my Discord server. You can just ask questions there. It's getting late and I have been streaming for 4.5 hours. I've never done this before and I kind of need to eat. So I hope you're gonna be fine, man. And I'm just gonna like push this repository and I'm gonna record the video about this tomorrow. So I just need to do RCD and just push it, and let's have a look. Yeah, I still need to cook it first, but yeah. By the way, I recently made a short about a cool feature on GitHub that can diff the images. Check it out. If you click on this one, right, and you go into history, like there's a way to compare them, like maybe here. Yeah, look. So it was like this before, and now it became this. And you have a way to go to like something like swipe, and you can do this. And also have like onion, which is just like a dissolve, you know, cross dissolve. Yeah. And I think, can I go to like the next one? I don't think I can, but I can go like this, right? Hey Dijon, did you just come? And you didn't say anything? Yeah, like I'm trying to stream like Monday, Wednesday, Friday. Um, yeah, good night, man. Feel free to drop by anytime with questions and stuff. I hope that I helped you a bit, but you'll be fine, man. You'll be fine. Good night. All right, so I'm pretty happy with how this turned out. Pretty happy with our progress today. Nice. So this, gotta close that. Let's see if we have any updates. Do I have anything open? Yeah, we can close that. Are you new here? Like, I'm still here, right? We can still talk. Are you new here, or like have you just like stumbled? Like, have you been subscribed to me for a long time, or what up? Or did you just like, because like it feels like so many people that came today that have never been here before, like YouTube just recommended a stream to them. I didn't even put any hashtag on the stream, but somehow like people found it. Let me actually check my tweet, because I tried this new thing today. Yeah, that didn't do shit. I was recently told that, you know, if you tweet and your tweet contains a link, that Twitter doesn't promote it as well as when you would like include the link like in the second tweet or something. So I tried that, and I don't know if it helped. Anyway, so I'm gonna bounce. How many of you guys are here? Yeah, don't forget to hit the like button so that more people stumble on the stream. Let me see if we can raid someone, but I don't think that we can. Yeah. All right, so I'm gonna go, unless you guys have any questions. See you probably on Monday, if not then Wednesday, if not then Friday. There's a delay sometimes, so I'm gonna wait for a couple of seconds before I go. I'm gonna check my phone. All right, seems like we're fine, so see ya.